Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to J is for Justice. We are waiting for day one of Lori Vallow opening statements, and it's fancy meeting you here too, Betsy. Betsy, I haven't seen you, but I wanted to thank you for upping your Patreon membership. I appreciate that. That was really nice of you. So thank you so much, Betsy, for your support. Thank you for your support. Hello, Cole. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, moderators. And Angie B. Oh, my gosh, 35 months. Look at that. We love you too, Angie, and I hope you're doing good. Hello, Cole. Will she be wearing a pants or a skirt? What do you guys think? We have a new emoji, too. Hey, Salty. 35 months. That's a long time, Angie. Mr. Gary is number 51. Thank you. If you guys could hit that like button. Let's do a poll. Pants or skirt? I'm saying power skirt. Power suit. Not power skirt. All right. Let's take a poll. Pants or skirt? Pants. Skirt. I'm calling a power suit like a pantsuit. Like, I think that's what she's going to be wearing, a power suit. All right, get your votes in. Get your votes in. So I hope that you guys will join me every day for this trial. We're going to stream it beginning to end, God willing. Good morning or good afternoon, agent. The pantsuit, I'm calling a pantsuit too. Skirt because she can't any other time. How do you know she's not running around that jail in no pants? Or how do you know she's not cutting her jail pants and making them into a skirt? Good afternoon, Miss Melissa B. and Miss Deanne and Jammers. And Nid, you're here for it. Yeah. Okay, so here's a little bit of the schedule. Okay, listen. So every day, hang on. Every day, they're going to be streaming from 2 Eastern to 8 Eastern. I believe in the afternoon, they're going to be taking a 90-minute recess. Welcome in, everybody. 90-minute recess. Actually, I'm going to get you guys the exact info because Nate Eaton put it out, the schedule. So I'm all planned out. I'm going to show you. Oh, you know why? Because they're playing that interview right now. Maybe that's why they got me. Because look, that Arizona family, they're playing it right now. That could be why. What was I going to do? East Idaho news. So it was pretty cool. We got like a schedule rundown. I want to say last night. No, it wasn't that. It was this. Hold on.
Her version of what happened that morning. Remember, Charles suspected something the night before because he knew Alex
wanted her to adopt.
Alex, it wasn't me. Back in jail, I have heard that before. Does not set a time limit on the opening statement. Lori
Okay, here we go.
So I'm not surprised at all to hear her say that she is looking at this as a way for her to serve others, to serve the women around her in the prison. So in the jail. And now we will see what she plans to do tomorrow. So here's how it's going to work tomorrow. 10:30, the trial will begin. Jurors have already been sworn in. The judge will most likely ask them if any of them watched any media coverage. If any, well, hopefully, first of all, they all show up. But he'll say, "Have you kept the promise
Hopefully.
that you said that you wouldn't watch media coverage, you wouldn't talk about it with people?" He'll then give the time to the prosecution, Trina Kay. She will give an opening statement. As far as I know, the judge has not set a time limit on the opening statement. Lori Vallow, the opening statement in her first trial in Idaho, I think for the prosecution was around 30 minutes. Here is a
Mainly men,
Blake,
Tally.
the opening statement, and I want to remind you that they specifically chose a theme
Is
for
she?
that trial. And I'm curious if the prosecutor here, and we'll talk about this tomorrow night, same time, same place, will take a theme as well, much like Lindsay Blake did and her team did. But here is just a quick snippet, a couple minutes of the opening.
The
Hold
defendant
on.
didn't want to have to take care of JJ anymore.
I remember that day so clearly. All the reporters were there. The jurors were Tammy's autopsy photo. The prosecution does their opening statement. It will be Lori's turn to give an opening statement. And who knows what she will say. Again, this is where she can lay out whatever she wants. Jim Archibald did the opening statement for Lori in Idaho. He introduced himself. He talked about his background. He's a criminal defense attorney. And then this is some of what he said.
So this case is about Lori Vallow Daybell. The prosecutor has just told you what the government hopes to prove throughout the next month. So what's
God,
the
that was
story?
such a boring audio to listen to. Remember that, guys?
Daybell. And really, I don't even remember if Alex Cox was opening statement. So we got the prosecution, we got the defense. Witnesses will start to be called. We could have our first witnesses as early as tomorrow. I think we probably will.
13
Here
men.
is who the state intends to call. From Chandler Police, you've got 1, 2,
Okay,
3, 4,
here's
5,
our
6,
list.
7, 8, 9,
Oh.
10 different.
You know what? We can screenshot this. He is so good and organized. All right, so here's the courtroom witnesses. If you guys want to screenshot that, I'm actually going to. These are all of, oh, look at Banner Life Insurance, where she tried to collect Charles's life insurance. All right. That's really cool that he did that. See, I didn't see all of this. I just heard, here's the defense witnesses. So those ones were the state. Now this is the defense. Lori, any individuals who have spoken with any in custody, Margaret's, Vazia, Atalahu, Gabrielle Bonilla, Joseph Pongratz, Ashlyn Rind, Barry Cox, Zach Cox, which is her dad, her nephew, her brother Adam, her mother Janice, her sister Summer Shiflett, and I don't know what that says. Does that say Brandon Boudreau? She's calling all of these people.
Also is asking for any and all individuals who've spoken with any witnesses. That is camera footage at the house, right when police responded. Lori's interview with the cops at the police station. Tylee's interview at the same police station, separate from Lori. Alex's
I could
interview
have
at the
sworn
police
he went
station.
over the
Adam
schedule.
Cox did a phone interview with the police a few days after the shooting, and the landlord did an interview with the police. On the phone a few days
Oh,
after the shooting.
shit.
We have all those. You want to go to our YouTube channel, East Idaho News YouTube?
I
We
haven't
have them
heard
all
the
posted in
landlord.
full. Some of them are 2 hours. I'm not going to play them all for you tonight.
I haven't heard some of those. I haven't heard. Oh, Adam Cox phone interview. Okay, I guess I did. I thought it said Alex Cox. I was like, what? Let's see here.
In Russia? What? No. That's amazing if so. Nottingham, New Hampshire, Desert Bloom, Canada, Serbia. It's probably cold there. Thailand, Provo, Scotland, Ireland. Here's how you can watch. We will begin streaming at 11 a.m. Pacific time. That's Arizona time. Noon Mountain, 1 Central, 2 Eastern on the East Idaho News YouTube channel. Go there now. If you're probably watching on there, but if you haven't subscribed, please do hit the bell. You will get notified once we go live. We'll actually start the live probably 30 minutes to an hour before, so you can just
That's
keep it
the
going on
landlord.
background. Here is where you can read the live updates. I'll be posting them at eastidahonews.com right when the trial starts. Because the video, there is a 30-minute delay, but the written updates will happen second by second live. We'll also
Oh, so there's a 30-minute delay. So it's already started.
every day at the end of the day and gives you kind of a synopsis of what happened that day. Want to get in a couple of shout outs here before we get to your questions. Amy Vaughn ordered a mugshot shirt. Keep my you can go and listen to that one on our YouTube channel because we are here because of this man. Issue lots. And so tonight we remember Charles Vallow as the trial, and here's how you can watch. We will, if you haven't subscribed, please do hit the bell. You question.
I could have
the judge's
sworn.
order, and that's how.
Okay, wait. Is this it?
Will cameras be able to zoom in better on those talking in court? From Samantha. Well, there's one camera, and it's at the back of the room. And so you're going to see a lot of backs of heads. Other than witnesses, you'll see their faces, and you'll see the judge's face. We can't do anything about that. I'm sorry. That's
cameras in the back of the room.
That's how it has to be. So I'm sorry. I wish we could do better.
I saw
everybody,
that.
Here
Scissors.
is where you can follow me. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, X, Instagram, and YouTube. Please. And if you go to CrimeCon, I want to meet you. And I think people were split on that. I believe he does. He's busy with his life. I know about Alex's. Not surprised, and I won't be surprised if she goes through with Brandon's defense. I don't know the inner workings of the police and why they did what they did. No, and I would love to.
I could have sworn. Okay, there was a part where. All right, we're in the courtroom, so I don't want to miss anything. But there was a part where he said there's a 90-minute break, you guys. So when we take that 90-minute break every day, I'm gonna try to keep the stream rolling, so I can just make it into chapters afterwards. So while we're in recess, moderators, we can pin when court will be back that day, and then I'm going to play this. Take a look. So that'll be playing during recess every day. You guys can vacuum to it, nap to it, but we'll have an hour and a half dreams. I'm so glad you love your hoodie. They are very nice, if I do say so myself. So we've got about 4 minutes until we start to get the stream here, because we are, like he said, on a delay. So every day there will be a 90-minute break, you guys, just so you know. Yes, Gary, you can vacuum. 59% of you think pants, 41% skirt. Get your votes in. You got about 5 minutes to vote. 5 minute. Gary, I have an icon or a emoji for you. Check it out. Have you ever seen it? Look, I even gave it a shop. It's a shop vac. Gary has his own emoji. Good Tara. I'm glad you're doing this trial. I'm glad you're here. Big girl for life. I'm glad you're here. You guys, like I said, we'll be live. Thank you. We will be live 2 to 8 Eastern every day, Monday through Friday, with a 90-minute break. And I don't know if they're doing any other breaks, but I do know we have a 90-minute break. You vacuumed yesterday? I need to vacuum. Getting fresh coffee. You didn't vote. There wasn't skirt option. Oh, come on. Skirts are shorts. Or short. Skirt is a skirt in this. Welcome to Lawful Listener, Good Tara. Thank you for your support. I hope you enjoy your membership as well. You will be painting. Yeah, we're painting the outside of our house as well. I started last night. I was like, this is a lot of work. And then I started watching YouTube videos and I'm like, I need me one of them sprayers. Like, we need a sprayer. This is helping me prepare for my garage sale. I hate garage sales. It's our community spring thing. God, I hated hosting garage sales too. It's so much work. It's so much freaking work. But good luck. I hope you do well. Nice. Pretty in pink. Well, thank you for being here. All I ask is that y'all hit the like button. And I thank you again for choosing to trial watch with Jays for Justice and crew. Naomi, it's good to see you. Hey, Sarah. I'm really, really looking forward, though, to see how she conducts herself in this trial. Because as we could see, she can be a complete shit show, bitch. Or she can be like the little doe eyes, you know. Or she can try to be, Miss Power Suit Professional. I've learned a lot in the last 5 years. Law Lori. I don't know. Dude, I used to throw stuff on and say free on the last day. I'm like, just take it. I'm so excited. No BJ reviews for weeks. Not here anyway. Unless something major happens. Which I doubt it will. Hey, Amy. Good afternoon. Bex, good afternoon. Gold Dust, good to see you. This will be one of my favorite lives, I bet. I hope so, Gary. Oh, the camera's moving. Hold on. Let me make sure we're unmuted. We are. Lori Daybell is representing herself at trial on charges that she conspired to murder her fourth husband, Charles Vallow. Green-eyed PI, she's going to come out in that outfit that Kid Rock was wearing in the White House the other day. Did you guys see that? He probably wants to be buried in that thing. What a good break, Divine. I am with you. Oh, exciting, Cole. I hope you like your new spectacles. I just got new spectacles not too long ago. I got the 2-for deal. Exciting always getting new stuff, isn't it? Nash Native, good to see you. I'm about ready for this to start, though. Oh, hair up or down? I'm saying loose bun. Hey, 911. Good to see you. Ooh, you got a compliment on your shirt. Nice, Amy. According to Twitter, she's in a dress. Loose bun. Maybe with a pencil in it. All right, so we're hearing, because it's already started 30 minutes ago. So I'm saying a loose bun, possibly with a pencil in it. Down, you think sprigs of sexy hair. So whoever said skirt, she's in a dress today. Now, question. Ooh, I want some pizza fupa. Down with curls. Half up, half down. Who goes first? The prosecution or the defense? I believe the Mr. Prosecutor goes first. I've never seen her with her hair up either, but Megan, I've never seen her represent herself as a lawyer. Life is good. It's so good to see you. Thank you for your super sticker. Tater Tot, why is it snowing? It's snowing? Hello, Angel. Did you see Daryl Brooks listen, Daryl Brooks filed.
He's not present.
Here we go.
I'm going to ask the state to approach and take a look at a letter from Juror 3's employer and pass it to the defendant.
Oh,
we're done.
Juror 3's employer. A letter from Juror 3's employer. There's like 13 men, y'all. Why am I so nervous? They have makeup in their commissary. Okay, so question. Do you guys want chat on or off the screen? Hey, Summer. Chat on or off the screen? And do you like the size of the screen right now, or do you want me to make it smaller? Let me know in the chat. I know, I am very nervous. Keep the chat off. Okay.
The letter? Yes. Go ahead and just give it to my courtroom assistant. Thank you.
You like how it is now?
Juror 3 also called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service.
Can they do that? Can your employer have a problem with jury service? So the person didn't have a problem with it. The juror did. They muted us. Now we've been muted. I'll make sure to get the hashtag best audio once it starts. Oh, Heather, that's nice of you to say. Thank you. Right, not legally. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, now we've got the emblem. We're getting closer, guys. We're still muted. There she is. Hair down. I was wrong. Her hair is down, yo.
Because we're getting a little bit later start, I'll keep juror 3 after into the lunch hour and individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to
They're not sure.
write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones.
Oh, boy. It's already
As
starting.
I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently.
Oh, he's a witness.
He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed.
Hey,
He
Puffin.
is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation for when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
She doesn't
There's
know.
several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness
Oh,
or
no.
potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
Oh, Lord.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense,
Well,
Oh, Lord.
we don't just get to call witnesses that, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in
Spit it out, girl.
coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right.
This isn't starting out very well, is it, for Lori?
Let's go on sidebar.
Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck. She sure did, 911. She's a piece of work. I hate that we only get this one camera angle, though. So this is the one and only camera set up in the courtroom from the back. I know. This is the first 5 minutes of trial. Lord have mercy. But I guess she does get to stand up and go to the podium, if I'm not mistaken. Life is good. Why didn't she just get a court-appointed attorney? Because nobody knows her case like she did. She does, she said. That was basically her reason. No one knows the case like me. Right. She can't stand Brandon or Nate Eaton. Oh, it does look like she's wearing a head. No, it's a headset. So that when she gets up, we have a mic. So we're going to at least be able to hear when she gets up. You know how that's always a problem in the courts, like the mics? Yeah, exactly. McKenna. What McKenna said. She has a stun belt on so she can move around. And for sidebars. Oh, I thought maybe it was for her to move around, but y'all are probably right. Because she can't walk up to the podium or to the bench. Allegedly, her lawyers were violating her speedy trial rights, and she insisted on doing it herself. Terry Jones says between her and Shabusiness, court sure isn't boring. She can go to the podium. Well, I hope they have good mics. It's like a shock collar around your waist, like a built-in taser. I don't know who gets the pleasure of holding that, but I don't know. I'm not sure if he was served or not. She had him down as a witness, but he had not been officially on. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Brandon just wants to be able to sit and watch the trial. You think she's playing games, Angel? Have a slight finger slip on Lori. Yeah, we do know who Brandon is. So Brandon Boudreaux is Lori's niece, Melanie, her ex-husband. And when Melanie was married to Brandon, Lori convinced Melanie that Brandon was gay and all this, that, and the other, and that he was dark, and that she needed to not be with him. And they had 3 kids. So this Melanie, this niece of hers, really got crazy, and she divorced Brandon. She immediately married someone else. So Melanie P is going to be Melanie Polanski. That's going to be Lori's niece. That's the man who was shot at. Correct. Hey, Gone Girl. Oh, they have 4 kids together. It's been a minute since I covered this case, so I'm remembering off the top of my head here. And they say Alex tried to shoot Brandon, and they said Alex tried to shoot Chad's wife, Tammy Daybell. Sarah, did anyone hear Colby recounting his 11-hour car trip? No, I don't think I heard that one. The only thing I watched on Colby's channel was the call with her, and that was weird. Big girl for life. Melanie Gibbs should be charged in some way, in my opinion. That woman is sus. She knew a lot. But you know what? They used her, and it's so wild because I feel like they used her and her boyfriend, Warlocks, as witnesses, and I don't think they needed to use them as witnesses. Those people are probably still carrying on the same shenanigans because they were treated as witnesses instead of, being held accountable. And I don't like that. Yeah, John Gone Girl, just like the dirty laundries. Yeah, they get immunity, just like Valina or whatever, Valima. Freaking Zalima. Melanie P also needs to be charged. See, there's a lot of people that we feel that knew about things and are accomplices, maybe. Thank you for your super sticker. And I agree. I wish that there were more charges. Zulima. Yeah. I couldn't remember. Zulima. So Zulima married Alex. And then Zulima was the one that pulled the plug on Alex after he started choking on his vomit. Yeah, this is one hell of a sidebar. Were she and Chad legally married? Yes, they were. There is a lot of players. If you have any questions, I'll answer them while we're waiting. You have missed nothing. In the first 5 minutes, she already was stumbling over a question from the judge. So now we're working on a sidebar. I don't know. Both Melanies were in it up to their necks. I agree. Not to be rude. All these people are nuts. That ain't rude at all. They are. Something interesting about this trial that it's on a 30-minute delay. Yeah. They're just being cautious, right? It depends on the court, on the judge, things like that. I wonder if Brian's will be on a delay. I doubt it. I haven't heard that it will. Although you never know. How long is this trial scheduled for? I want to say 4 weeks. Pearl Strand's saying 100 years. We're hoping for 4 weeks. Another one we watched on delay too. I can't remember which one. I think it was Koberger in the beginning was on a delay. It was like recorded and then released after. Oh, Corey Richens in Utah. Corey Richens. Was it Corey? Melanie Melanie P knew what was going to happen because she even talked about her own children being dark. Yeah, she's Delulu too. Pink Balloons, welcome to the Clicker Crew. Thank you for joining today. I appreciate your support. So did she kill her ex or did she hire someone else to? Well, her brother killed her ex and her brother's dead. So her brother, Alex, shot her ex in the chest. He claimed self-defense and he was never charged. So that's that. Pretty weird. Hey, Megan May. Good to see you. Why is she saying Brandon had texts and phone calls with her husband? Does she mean Chad or Charles? She means Charles. So what was going on before Charles was killed was that Charles knew she was delusional. He was trying to get help for her. The police weren't listening because Lori was very manipulative and doe-eyed and somehow slid under their radar. So he's trying to get her family involved with an intervention to get her some help because she's delusional. So her brother Adam, Charles, and Brandon were all talking about this intervention. So Charles shows up that morning and a fight ensues and Charles ends up shot in the chest. And Alex, her brother, claims self-defense. But then he later dies choking on his own vomit. And they said it was blood clots. So it's been pretty crazy. I wonder how she's going to counter the police body cam of him being scared. Right? When she removed his car from the airport, her husband, Charles, she removed his car from the airport. She drained the account. He didn't have a vehicle. He didn't have keys to get in the house. I mean, the dude, she took everything. And that was when he's, he reached out to the police and the police were like not really believing him or taking him as serious as they should have. They thought it was just like a divorce thing going on. And then he ends up dead. He ends up dead. And he claims self-defense. It's like, yeah, and then she's trying to get the life insurance policy. He had changed the name on it to his sister prior. So, just a couple more minutes, big girl. Thank you. It's crazy how Alex was in charge because Charles was shot twice. Right. But they had the testimony, right, of the baseball bat. That Tylee came out with her baseball bat and then when, then Charles took it and then threatened. Joe Ryan, yep. He had a heart attack, right, Idaho? Her other husband. I'm sure we'll hear it in court, Java. They said they were going to play the police call with the landlord. So I know, McKenna. To see how much she can manipulate, in my opinion. It's like a challenge for her. I'm so glad Charles changed his life insurance. I know. Yes, we did. We saw her on Wheel of Fortune. Music City Mom here. Hey, Music City. Yes, found weeks later. Crazy. The majority are males. I think there's 13 male. So it should be interesting to see how she works the men, right? Or tries to. Oh God, do you think he's able to? Probably. If he's able to, I bet you he is 99. Do you think Chad is watching the trial? Her stud? 13 male and 3 female. She will definitely be flirting. Is the jury allowed to know about the charges against her kids? You know, that's a good question. Does anybody know that? I want to say no, she wanted that out, but I don't know. He threw her under the bus at his trial. Oh, she's still so proud of Chad in her marriage, though. Her kids' life is good. Whose? She just has Colby, right? No previous charges can be told. Okay. Just that she has a prior felony. Sarah. How you doing, Amy? Let's go to Twitter and see if we can get some updates while we wait. Let's go here. Lori Vallow trial. Okay, here we go. Here's the timeline of today. 7 a.m. a line was already forming outside the courtroom. A mix of members of the public and media. Okay, One couple said they came from Australia and based their trip on this case. They said they were able to see some of Chad Daybell's trial in Idaho last year. Wow. I wonder how many people are going to travel for Koberger's trial like that. 10:14 media and public are let in the courtroom. Some members of the public were turned away because it was at full capacity. 10:30 court is in session. Judges relaying some concerns regarding jurors. One juror told the court his employer has an issue. One juror isn't here yet. There is also discussion about whether Brandon Boudreaux can be in the courtroom. Lori said she plans to call him as a witness. The state wants him to stay in the courtroom. Boudreaux is Vallow Daybell's niece's ex-husband and the victim in her second murder conspiracy charge in Arizona. Judge decided to strike Brandon Boudreaux off of Lori Vallow's witness list without prejudice. This means he can be called as a witness if the defense is able to prove he has relevant information to the case, which Vallow hasn't done yet. He can remain in the courtroom. 11:16. Jury is led to the courtroom. Judge is reading some additional instruction before opening statements. Prosecutor Trina Kay begins the state's opening statements at 11:17. So 18, 19, 20, 21. So we're 9 minutes in. We still have 20 minutes to wait. Hey, Aries. We still have 20 minutes to wait because the prosecutor started hers at 11:17. So a half an hour from then, 2:17. We should be hearing opening statements at about 2:40. A little bit after 2:40, 2:43 maybe. So Lori Vallow was already convicted in Idaho for murdering her children, Tylee and JJ. She was also convicted of her role in the death of Tammy Daybell, her current husband, Chad Daybell's first wife. Chad Daybell was convicted in Idaho for murdering Lori's children and his first wife, Tammy. He was sentenced to death in that state. Opening statements are today, and we are up to date. There we go. Music City Mom, number 2. Thank you for joining today. Welcome to the Clicker Crew. The Clicker Crew. Yeah, the trial is on a 30-minute delay, so the schedule is going to go like this. It's supposed to be going 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. daily. And that's going to be Eastern time. 2 to 8 with a 90-minute break in the middle. Aw, thanks, Amy, Ohio. That's really nice of you to say. Lori Daybell reminds me of a green team person. Ah, shit. Well, if you are a member of the channel, we did add a Lori emoji today. If you would like to utilize your emojis, or if you'd like to become a member, you can scan the QR code at the top left corner of your screen, or just type !member in the chat. We also have 8-Ball. We have the heist game if you want to play. When we have some downtime, you can play a couple games in the chat as well. All you have to do is type !heist, a space, and then the number of points. It's just kind of something to pass the time, if you will, in the chat. Yeah, you can put points and see how many points you have. You earn points by chatting and listening here on my channel. Chatting and listening. So just FYI, if you come over here and we're streaming the trial and you guys come to this screen here for recess. Get used to seeing that, because when we're on break, that's what you're going to see. You never realized about the heist game. Do they have the death penalty in Arizona? This isn't a death penalty case. 8-Ball is sus of you. Hey, let me give away some memberships. I'm not sure about the death penalty in Arizona. Cleaning jams. Yeah, vacuuming jams, Melissa. See, look, Naomi B is winning points by gambling. You guys can gamble in chat. If it gets to be annoying, just let me know and we'll turn it off. But just letting you guys know. Hey, Paul Cremo, good to see you. Hopefully you'll join us for trial watch of Lori Vallow. I don't think so. Oh, Jody Arias. Good question. I don't know. Let's give away some memberships right now. At the beginning of the month, we get 10 freebies. Let's give 5 of them away. Good luck. Amy got one. Moon Shadow. Shaz. Ramblin' Red Rose. And Michaela. Welcome to JS for Justice clickerships. Hold on. Let me get my... Yes, Cole. We've probably got about 10 more minutes until this actually begins with the prosecution's opening statements. Lori and her little doe eyes. What was I just getting ready to do? Oh, yeah, my stream thing. Oh, I got to sneeze. Hold on. Hold, please. Phew! Oh, I'm so sorry if that was loud. I'm so sorry that came out of nowhere. I apologize. I apologize. Holy cow. It's these allergies, man.
Wow.
There's 109 people on death row. Thank you so much. I think it's about 4 weeks, Paul. Terra Mama is going to try to go. And they're cutting grass today right now. So it wasn't loud. At least I didn't pee myself. The pollen is bad here. Sneezy cooter. You guys can probably hear the weed whipper. Thank you, agent. So there's 109 people on death row in Arizona. Interesting. I'm awake. I'm always awake. Oh, shoot. Angie B, how do you have that many points? Angie B, that's not even freaking allowed. I'm going to have to reset Angie B. Look at her points. How do you get that? That's not even a number. Angie B, that is obscene. That's 1, 2, 3 commas. That's like 150 trillion, 13,717,859 points. That's bigger than the damn deficit of the United States of America. Congratulations. Hazel Eyes has 42. Angie B has 150 trillion. So the more you chat, the more points that you gain. If you super chat, if you become a member, you get points. Like it's all set up, you get a certain amount of points. Oh my God. Angie. So just put exclamation point points and it'll tell you what you have. So what I can do is you can like play the heist game with your points, or I can, oh, we got a hot mic. Or you can I can make it where you can redeem points for merch. And I'm going to look into how to do that because I think it would be kick ass. But Angie B, you'd be able to buy the merch store times 1,000. So you can go like this, guys, if you put. But you'll see your points go up every day the more you chat and stuff. So if you go heist, let's say I have a lot of points, so I'm going to put heist 1,000. You guys can join with whatever. If you have 5 points, join with 5 points. Put like exclamation point heist and then 5, a space and then 5 or 3 or whatever it is. Cynthia, you will gain more though. You have 3. I know, right? I need to reset her or something. Damn, Angie B. I need to go in there and check out that thing again. But just have fun with it. Paul Cremo, put exclamation point points and then just put it in chat. Like this. 0 point. See, it tells me I have 26,525 points. Kathleen, you have 14. You can't gift points, no. But you can tell who the chatty Cathys are that have been here for a long time. You'll get more the more you chat, the more you, and you can gamble to try to win more. See, Paul Cremo, you have 75. So, Paul Cremo, go gamble, exclamation point, gamble, and put 75. Like that. Angie B is just a supportive Kathy. It's loyalty points, guys. The more that you support the channel, the more you chat, super chat, become a member, interact, the more points you'll get. See, I gambled and I won 75 points, so I now have more. So, have fun with it, guys. But I am going to see how I can hook it to the merch store so you guys can, like, use points towards merch. Because I think I can do that in there. Pearl Strand, you have been around for a minute. A lot of you guys have. Well, Idaho Charlie, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for coming in. Look at Puffin Muffin. Moving up in the world. You guys are all gambling. Like, dude, if we ever do a meet and greet, we're going to the casino. Jemima, yes, delivery worldwide. Absolutely. Worldwide delivery. Me too, Angie. She socializes with her neighbor too much. That's what mine would say. Spitfire. Georgia Mom, thanks for always being thanks for being amazing. I always enjoy being here. Thank you, Georgia Mom. We love having you here. Thank you for your super chat. I hope you enjoy the stream. Sunshine Smiles, good to see you, baby. I'm getting my smile flag up. See, look at you go, Puffin. T-Rev wishes he had this much. You're okay, Georgia. I knew what you meant. Jojo, you don't have to sign up for nothing. Just put exclamation point points and see where you stand. Oh my goodness. Look at this, guys. 50 months. Megan Ambrose. 50. Is that wild? Gosh. Megan's seen it all, guys. Thank you so much, Megan. 50 months. I can't believe it. That really is a true testament, man. Because I'm 50. That is awesome. Big girl for life, 7 points. You haven't chatted enough. Clover Stitcher, you've never chatted, so you have 0. Idaho Charlie, thank you so much for your super sticker. I know, it's 888. Admit it. I just read it on my thing, on my ticket. 50 months, I know. That's so amazing. One-eyed Flo. Megan is 50 on the channel. Abso-fucking-lutely. 4 years, 2 months. Jemima, 0 points. Crafts and Crime has 11. Naomi. Thank you so much, One-Eyed Flo, for your super chat. You've been playing Texas Hold'em. I don't know how to play poker. It's 2:40 Eastern. We should be starting soon. I wasn't sure. Usually I say hi before and then I cross stitch. Oh, nice. I bet you make some pretty cool stuff, Clover Stitcher. Can I use points to buy your trust? No, you can't. I like Vegas. I can play. I like blackjack, but I don't know how to play poker. I know how to play euchre. I miss playing euchre. If anybody wants to ever like play euchre with me, let me know. If anybody knows how to play euchre, let me know. I want to play euchre. I don't know. Can you play euchre virtually? Wouldn't that be cool? I love euchre. Amy C has a lot of points. 300,000. Hey, Candy. Baccarat. You like Baccarat? That is such a, like, guessing game for me. A Royal Frush. What cartoon is that from, Gary? A Royal Frush. Was that from the Flintstones back when cartoons weren't politically correct? A Royal Frush. It is a Michigan thing. It's really hard to, best odds in the house, really. It's really hard to teach someone euchre. Candy, that's funny. All right. I'm an Indiana girl. We played it all the time growing up. Oh, it's from Revenge of the Nerds. What the fruck a frush? I was born and raised in Michigan. Where at Life is Good? I need to get a pop. Hey, Sherry, baby. Oh, Kazoo. Naomi, you're in Michigan too. Whereabouts? No, the opening statement started at 2:17. We should be getting in there in just a couple minutes. Your son was born in Battle Creek, home of Kellogg's. Sherry, baby, Sherry, won't you come out tonight? I have a couple sisters up in Michigan still. Hey, Holly. I transplanted to my husband's hometown in Tennessee. It's okay, but too many tornadoes. Yeah, I can't. That's scary. But I have hurricanes, so.
As if the defense can
Here we go.
produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information.
We're back.
He might be called as a witness. But
Really,
so far,
Robert?
the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in.
Here we go, guys.
The other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
That's really sad, Robin. Michigan is cold and windy today. All right, guys, buckle up. Brandon is sitting in the courtroom. Nate's in the courtroom. Expect we may have discussions in the evening about this. That would be fun. Take your notes. All right, guys, I'm going to mute. Feel like we should be back on the record in just a second. So thanks for watching. I feel like we need to preface this with, on the dark side. Oh, yeah. On the dark side. Oh, yeah. Don't quit your day job, Jay. All right. Well, I thought we were starting, but it's still muted. AJ, I'm so glad you're here too. We're going to be the Vallow trial watchers. The OG crew here for day one. He's talking to the jury, and we can't hear it. They have us muted, guys. They must have specific rules of when they need to mute.
Testified to by a witness
Here
who
we
has
go.
been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother Alex Cox on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS Church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy. and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything. Photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, a photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You'll learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point Alex sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bad on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found that the trajectory, the wounds, were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house, all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, and that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? They can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they had been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded, and you'll hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad, and she also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone, but as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi, to kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
At least she wasn't too long and confusing.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm
my
going
goodness.
to excuse the jury for lunch.
Really?
I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you, let's start, everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
So an hour? They did start late. Would that be 4:30 Eastern? A chart would have, Evelyn, yeah, a chart would have been nice. Depending on, I don't know who they're going to call as witnesses, but if she would have went on too long, I think it would have been confusing. You know what I mean? I just want to correct the time. Okay, so 1 hour. Why does the judge want to speak with the jury? With the juror? Oh, maybe either the one that was late or the one that had the issue that said their employer didn't want them to be there. I feel so sorry for Kay and anyone else Lori gets to question. I bet you Kay has been waiting for this moment. I think that Kay will be more than prepared for this moment. I just have a feeling. One hour. It will be 4:30 Eastern. Yeah. I think she is too, Java. Daz, any idea why the court is on a 30-minute delay? I guess that's just the way the judge wrote it. In case something happens, they can cut it. I don't know. 39 months, Jilly Bear? Good grief. 39 months makes me feel old. LOL. Keep up the good true crime work. Thank you, Jilly Bear. Thank you for your support, man. 39 months. A long time. I don't even know how many years that is. 3 years and some odd months. So the jury will return. They say 1:30 p.m. Eastern. No. It's supposed to say 4:30. You think she did a good job overall? This is just about the husband, yes. I know, Gary. I have a lot of OGs, man. Gary fits right in with his Old English D. Fire in the parking garage at Baltimore Washington Airport. Really? Yeah, so Lori's up next after lunch. Hey, Gigi. She's already had her trial in Idaho for the kids. So she's already spending life in prison. Hello, Shell. Drive safely. We'll see you when you get home. What's up, Sarah? What's with the glasses? It was a car. It's out. Okay, good news. Lori opening after lunch. Jemima.
Y'all welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
The Fly movie. Oh, I didn't even see what was on the screen. I wasn't looking. So a little bit less than an hour now, and we'll be back for Lori. Okay, let's do a poll. How do we think Lori's demeanor will be? Let's see. All right, let me give this a little bit of thought here. While we wait, though, for those that aren't familiar with Charles, while I do that, I want to play a little bit of Charles to refresh your memory. Charles Vallow body cam. Oh, landlord. How long is that? see.
I just let it, you know, 20. Hello, this is Joe.
Hey, Joe, Detective Moffat with the Chandler Police Department. How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. How are you today?
I'm well. Sorry, I called you, left a couple messages. I think it was actually Christmas Eve, but and then never heard back from you. And
You guys ever heard
It's been on
this?
my list to call you back again.
Sir, I completely understand. The 23rd, I disconnected. I think I was the vacation, and then we went up to the mountains for 10, 14 days, and
nice.
I had no Wi-Fi calling.
I have never heard this. This is Charles. I don't know. This is Charles Vallow's landlord. He says he came to my house and cried, telling me he's so sad and that he can't believe she just abandoned JJ. A few text messages followed, and then they resurfaced as Charles tried to make the marriage work. We then rented Charles and Lori another home in June of 2019, where Charles was murdered on July 11th. Charles and I were texting the night before, July 10th at 7:49 p.m. He was one of the last ones to hear from Charles. And they were planning to meet in the morning to find him another place to live because it wasn't working out with Lori. So the dude was going to move on. He was getting his own place. She just wanted his money. That was the morning he was shot. Many weird events followed. When the neighbors informed me police were at the house and yellow tape surrounded, I immediately texted both Charles and Lori, "Are you okay?" No response until around 11 a.m. and Lori replied, "We are okay. I'll explain later." She and Alex were taken to Chandler PD and questioned and released. That day, the neighbors reported a pool party at the house. The same day Charles was murdered, with loud music and lots of people swimming. Neighbors also reported Alex was staying at the house for several days following the shooting, even though he lived in the same area. I spoke with Lori several times following the shooting, and she never sounded shocked, sad, or heartbroken, as you would think a bride would be, watching her husband die. I asked her to move out, which she did August 31st. No communication as to where she was going. I really liked Charles and miss his smile and Louisiana, Texas twang accent. He was generous and a family man. Such a terrible loss. I'm so sorry he's gone. I wish I could have helped him more sooner. R.I.P. my friend. Wow. I don't think I've ever heard this. Let's listen to it.
And bad reception, so who knows what happened. So
That's a great 10 to 14 days.
Yeah. There's been a lot of activity in the case the last, since even December, all through December.
Oh, yeah.
But just getting hounded by social media and the Fox News reports guys, and I'm just not interested. I'm not interested in being on that social side of there were a few comments that I had made about how great of a guy Charles was and that I didn't think any of this happened because I knew him before, during, and I knew events about what was happening at the house after. You might remember, I'm, of course, the owner of the house on Four Peaks, right?
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think I spoke with you the morning of the shooting.
You probably did. Yeah, because I think we spoke that day.
Okay. Because I called the Chandler Police Department. They said, yes, our police officers are on site. There's a situation. I will have them call you. I identified myself as the owner. You called me, verified who lives there, and you had just said Charles sustained injuries that were not survivable, and that you were on the scene trying to figure out what had happened. So I thought that I would be hearing from you within, a few days or something like that. I just let it, I think it's just been the process of then letting the news reports, or at least the police officers do their work. My best friend in, since even high school, his name.
You guys
He lives
answer the
across the
poll.
street from me down in Chandler.
Gotcha.
And he's been talking me through understanding that this stuff doesn't happen overnight. You don't solve this case overnight. It's going to take a long time, so just let the police do their work. Don't be part of social things. Don't go on news reports, because that just creates problems for people that do that.
Yeah.
They're questioned, they're ridiculed, they're this, they're that.
Hey, Tato.
Early on, I wrote down a piece of paper, detailed events that were happening before the weekend. I spoke with Charles the weekend before. I think he was murdered. I think it was on a Wednesday or Thursday morning. Thursday morning. Okay. I was speaking with Charles on the phone, a live conversation during the weekend before, and he was on his business trip. He said he was coming into town. I think he was coming from Texas. He said he's coming back into town, and he said, Joe, you know, you didn't know Charles, but he had a Texas, Louisiana swing accent. So every time I talk in Charles's voice, I always have to add that hey, Joe, I can't stay at the house. Lori and I just are getting along. And he didn't tell me he was scared for his life, but he says, it's best that Lori and JJ have the house, and I'll just come and go because I've got business in so many different places in Texas, and I think it was in Nevada and California. He was an investment guy, so his partnership, and they would buy books of investment business, and then he would go and start setting up working the books of business. Well, he was really busy during this time. He was just at 3 cities that he was bringing on new books of business. So he's like, I'm going to tell you, I'm probably going to be there a week, a month. So, you know, it's good that Lori and JJ are here because her family's here, and I want her to be safe, and I want them to be taken care of. And, you know, with Lori's family here, it's a good thing. Now, I also might tell you that going back to January, when Lori disappeared, in the first conversations, Charles came to my house, crying his eyes out. He was a 60-year-old stud, good friend of mine for 10 years, crying his eyes out to me that Lori's abandoned family. And here's JJ asking every day where Mommy is. Where's Mommy? Where's Mommy?
Oh, wow.
Tell me a little bit about the stuff that she was getting into with just being mentally unstable, has also been supported by a lot of the divorce decree the attorneys brought up the last week as well. Like with all these things that Charles was saying about Lori, he was fearful of his life even back in February. Well, he was doing the same thing to me. I support that. I know that that's exactly how he was feeling. February-ish, he came and he was looking to rent, the studio above my garage on my house in Chandler. I said, gosh, Charles, I was just kind of like, and he's like, but I don't know if I'm going to need it. But we were talking about it, but then all of a sudden he disappeared. And I think that was maybe the time frame. Of course, March, April, May, maybe Lori returned. Lori returned sometime in his life, right? They started trying to work out.
I think they reunited back in Texas.
Yeah, back to Texas. So, and then June was another call from him to say, we're moving back to Phoenix. Do you have anything? And I said, gosh, Charles, I just cleared out the end of May. I just had a tenant move out of that Four Peaks house. Yeah, Four Peaks is open. So they arrived the middle of June. I think the 20th was when Lori texted me that she had the utilities turned on and she wanted to move stuff in. And I know that I had some cleaning to do. I went over there a few times and met with Lori about a punch list to clean the house up and, fix the sink that, the door handle that, pull this, the pull that. And they moved in, she moved in, then Charles would come and go because he was, of course, on these business trips. One time I was at the house and I met with Charles and Lori, do a punch list on what needed to be done. And then Charles would go on his trip again. But then, so that you have some history, at least from last year. But then on that Sunday or Monday, before he came back into town, the Thursday before he was shot, Charles and I were communicating, and he was telling me, I can't be at the house. Do you have another place that I can live? Well, by that time, I had someone that was living in my studio apartment at my house. Because Charles was like, I only need it for like a week, a month, maybe a few days, because I'll be coming and going.
I wish I could own properties like
this. I want to be close to Lori and JJ because I want to be paid. And he goes, but Joe, I can't stay at the house. I can't stay at the house. Lori and I, we've got several
Like, I
things to
can't
work through
do
still,
it.
and it's not good, and I just don't want to crowd that space. If she's going to be there, I want her and JJ to be comfortable at the house. So I have a neighbor that lives right across our walls connect. Big house in right near my house off of Riggs. So I went over there. I called him. I said, "Hey, you've got a casita. I've got a business guy that's going to be here once a month, or 1 week a month." And I took pictures. And this guy, he lived in Hawaii at the time, and he said, "Yeah, here's the access code to my house." I went over there, took pictures of the casita. I sent them to Charles. Say, "Hey, Charles, my neighbor here has this place. He'd be willing to let you stay there." And Charles was like, "Fantastic. I'll take it." So he was already planning to not be at the house with Lori because it just wasn't good.
When was he planning that? The condo or the thing from your neighbor's house?
Well, it was that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I had gone over to my neighbor's house to take pictures.
Killed?
The week he was killed.
Okay, gotcha.
I texted him those pictures Monday or Tuesday. It's in my phone. And then, of course, he was telling me the day before on Wednesday, "Okay, I'll be there, but in the morning, let's go see the house tomorrow morning." And that was Thursday. He goes, I think I knew that he was going to be dropping off JJ or getting JJ, and then he wanted to go see the house right after that.
Gotcha.
Of course, we didn't
I didn't
meet.
know that, Jammers.
So I'm at work
I want a
Thursday
tiny
morning,
house.
and my neighbors, I'm good friends with neighbors both to the north and to the south of that house on Four Peaks. Okay, they both have my phone number. I'm in communication with both of them. Well, one of them starts to text me immediately. There's yellow police tape around the house. It's a crime scene. Something's not good. They start sending me videos of the Fox News reports that there's a situation and there's police all over. And so I immediately text Charles, "Are you okay?" And I then another text message to Lori, same text message, "Are you okay?" ? Where Charles doesn't respond. Later that morning, I would say 11 o'clock-ish, I get a text, and this is all on my phone, I get a text back from Lori that says, "We are all okay. I'll call and explain later." And I'm like, okay, well, I don't even know that I spoke to you at that point, because I remember when you called me, you told me that Charles sustained injuries that were not survivable. Like he was shot and he didn't survive his injuries.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I knew that yet, or if I just, Lori was telling me we're all okay, I'll explain later. I don't know that a text message that we're all okay is, I just don't understand. But regardless, the day's events, so then, that afternoon, I think the next day I went to my neighbor's house, this neighbor's to the south, and they're telling me, "Joe, we don't even get what's going on there, because this guy, the shooter," because they've seen him come and go, had the same gray truck that Charles had, the Ford F-150.
Yeah, his was white, but yes.
Yeah, well, it was sitting in the driveway for the next 3, 4, 5 days, and the neighbors were just up in arms, there is a killer living in the house next to us that's not supposed to be there. Joe, you got to get this guy out of here. Our whole neighborhood is on eggshells. So, and he's telling me, I don't know what's going on at the house, but Thursday afternoon, the day of the murder, they're having a pool party at the house, at Lori's house. There's loud music, there's lots of people, there's kids making noise, there's swimming. It's a pool party.
It's crazy.
And they're like, wait a second, someone was just murdered there this morning. So I don't know how you guys puzzle these pieces together, but just how crazy the events are that had happened before, supporting all the stuff that's coming out in the last several months about the fact that, from February, Charles was fearful, and then the day before, showing him an apartment and another place to live because he knew he couldn't stay at the house. Alex had been at the house for several days before and after the shooter, Alex, her brother. And the reasons I had, part of this right at the beginning was like, oh, Lori, maybe Charles had a rough side. Maybe Charles was, was beating up Lori and her brother was there to defend her or whatever. And maybe I was like, gosh, I've known the guy for 10 years, but I've never known that he was like that ever in my life. People sometimes have a separate personality, So early on, I think people were like, oh, poor Lori, like she had to deal with this for so long. And, Alex was just happened to be there and, shot Charles or whatever. But I think all the events that just kept going, like every time I talked to Lori, never cried, never remorseful, never like, Lori, what's the plan for the burial? Well,
she's evil, y'all.
I've
Evil.
got all these family members to deal with, so I've got to go to Texas and Louisiana and plan something there. And Charles wants to be buried. He wanted his ashes to be spread in Kauai, so I've got to plan a trip to take all the family members to Kauai. Mm-hmm. And this is what she was doing. She's like, so I've got 2 or 3 things to plan. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll give you a month at the end of August. You just you're going to have to vacate the house. I can't have this continue to be a memory for me. Charles is my friend, you're my friend. But I just need to close my doors on this house and just get it out of. I have a lot of rental properties in Chandler, so I'm like,
probably Auntie Cheryl.
Yeah.
So that's why she was able to stay there through the end of August. But I think that she kept asking, "Well, come over. I want to ask you about a few things." I'm like, "No, I am not going over to that house." My friend Jeff, who's the police officer, don't go there alone. Don't go anywhere.
Damn.
Go somewhere public if she wants to talk about the situation.
Damn, she was trying to get him to come over. Now that's effing scary. Good thing he was smart enough to be in communication with the cops, because that's his house, And she's like, come on, oh boy. I hate to think what she and Alex were thinking about with him.
So I just think, and I don't know what pieces of any of this. I mean, I've been called by the Vallow family because they knew some of the relatives of Charles's that were able to access his calendar and his appointment scheduler for the last several years. Charles was very, very meticulous and precise about his appointments, and my name was on those appointments several times. So one of the family members was even telling me, yeah, Joe, we saw your name. You're the only person, we're talking to FBI and law enforcement, and, we'll talk to Charles's friends that we can identify because we know who they are in his calendar and his scheduler and his notes.
Damn.
But they were just telling me about how deep this cult is. How deep this cult is, and that they've been getting threats in Louisiana. And
oh my God.
And that they've just been off any social communication or any.
Damn, Kay was getting threats in Louisiana by these fuckers. That's why I'm saying all of them should have been charged as accomplices or conspirators or whatever it is. I'm not a lawyer, but holy hell. That makes me uneasy.
Providing any comments about all the social crap that's going on, because it is there's so much speculation out there. I just also, my wife and I, of course, we own the house. We have plans to do things with the house, but we have some we're religious. We have certain things that we want to kind of ask if there's an opportunity to have any information about the events that happened in our house.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just if do you have any questions for me about Lori? Do you have any questions about the neighbors, the comments, the pictures, the text message threads from Charles?
I actually
the
have
text message
threads with you and Charles because I have Charles's phone.
Okay,
so
got
I
it.
downloaded it, so I have that. The pool party was something that was new to me. I didn't know that.
Wow.
And Kay, Charles's sister, hadn't told me that. So you got that information from the neighbors on either side of them that there was a pool party, or did you go to the house that day?
Yes, no. The neighbors on the south side of me, of course, the neighbors were in communication with me the whole time during the day and afterwards because they were scared. there's a murderer at the house. The house is there. I see the guy come and go driving his car.
Oh, my God.
So I had gone over there, and they had said, why was there a pool party there? And I'm like, what do you mean? Loud music? Swimming? Lots of people swimming in the backyard? You could hear kids playing, swimming. I'm like, I don't know. And all I could think was, maybe she was trying to tone the normalcy for JJ, the autistic kid. You know, if you keep these autistic kids on a schedule and a routine, that they have some normalcy, maybe.
Yeah.
And maybe the fact that he was used to swimming every day in the afternoon with Lori's sister, who would drive up from wherever she lived in Gilbert, Santana, Mesa. She didn't live too far away, but she drove to the house. I saw her there with her family and her kids several times. And I'm like, well, maybe Lori just had the family over to try to give JJ some normalcy because it was a crazy day for him,
Yeah.
But I don't know. But, I hear things like, the shooting happened, and Lori then left the house to take the kids to school or different places, and then they came back. She came back, and then they called 911, right? Like planning all the events. Like, you just got.
That's not actually what happened. Lori left, according to her, to take JJ to school, and then Alex called 911 while she was gone, and we were already on scene by the time Lori got back.
Got it. Yeah.
So
there was still a big
there
time
was
lapse.
some delay on Alex's part of calling 911.
A big delay.
I don't think he called right away.
He didn't.
But 911 had been called, and we were already on scene by the time Lori got back.
Yeah. And, I'm not a person to say the speculation of well, they were planning the crime scene, they were doing this.
Thank you, baby
guys,
blondie.
That's your how the story unfolds, how everything. I mean, you hear things. You'll get Lori back for more questioning. Alex's murder is another whole twist in the complete circus of a story. But
did you hear? He said Alex's murder. He didn't say Alex's death. Thank you, Yo Baby Blondie. Been watching since the Want days. Need iPhone link for both channels, please. Love your shows. The dog got me. Oh, well, you can blame Summer Lou. The iPhone link sends you to Cooterville. Thank you guys for putting those in the chat. Thank you, Jams. And thank you, Yo Baby Blondie.
And I also, so here was my thing about it. I was crazy about the fact that here's my friend Charles, which was a sweet, generous family man. Like, we were so good friends. Charles and Lori had rented a house from me years when they first moved here from Texas. They lived in Shadow Ridge, which is like at Lindsay and Riggs. It's another home where I have a rental house. Charles and Lori rented a house from me from there like for 5 years when they both moved here
we still have 30
from
minutes.
Texas years and years ago. So for 5 years, Charles and I were like across the street from each other. He'd come over, I'd go over, and even when they left to move to Hawaii, he left all his furniture, all his TVs, almost like was going to give me a car and just say, Joe, here, just take it because we were moving and you can, you keep it at the house, use it as a rental or whatever. That's how generous, like, Charles was, like, with things. It wasn't like he was like, pay me $5,000 and you can have this stuff. He's like, here, just have it, right? Wow. Well, years later, Charles and I are maintaining friendships while they're in Hawaii, and we're here, and we're talking about doing a house swap. Hey, Charles, you come here with your family, stay in Chandler so you can visit your Chandler family with Lori, and I'll go to Hawaii and stay in your house in Princeville. And we were, for 2 summers, we were trying to set that up. Then finally, one year, we went there. Yeah. We went to Princeville, and we had a barbecue with the Vallows, JJ, Tylee, Lori, Charles, at their house in the golf course. Charles, just carrying my dog, like they live on the top of this house, and the beach was on this really steep hill to go down a hill, and he would carry my kids down the hill. Just like this guy that has everything about family and just being generous and everything. So of course, when they came back, I was the first person that he was looking to get a house to rent, you know. So that was the communication that you were seeing with Charles and I, where even 7:49 the night before he was shot, his last text message to me, okay, I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll call you when I'm done. And I guess my assumption was that was like after I dropped JJ off at school.
Oh, wow.
I'll be back and we'll go look at that house to rent. Not too many people knew about the fact that, of course, I went to my neighbor's house and they're telling me these things, and the pool party and the things that were happening, and then Alex still being at the house several days before and several days after this happened. I'm in the house, I don't want to do any, I don't want to, if a homeowner has the right to, there's no police report out on what happened other than what you guys released to the news, and I think that's what's out, right? I don't know if there's more. I don't know if I have the ability to go to records at Chandler and say, hey, it's my house. Do I have the ability to receive any additional information so I can either clean the house where it needs to be cleaned, or if I can, do some type of closing so that I can, be able to go into the house. I don't know where the things happened. I don't know where his body was. I don't know, where the gunshots were, if I need to look for, other gunshot damage anywhere.
Since we finished up in July?
I've been there several times. Okay. I've been there several times because I have the house for sale.
Gotcha.
And it's just taken me a while I wanted to paint the house. I wanted to paint the outside. I wanted to redo the backyard just because I've been getting the house ready for sale. I have a contract on the house. We're due to close the end of January, literally 2 or 3 weeks. So, but, of course, that was the reason that I didn't want the house in the first place, because I don't want to go there. It's just a terrible feeling even being in the neighborhood. So, but, I think the most important thing that I wanted to communicate with you is that, I had communicated with the Vallow family, and they had told me some things about what they were privileged to because, their brother, father, uncle, person died. Charles died in the house, and they were, looking for some answers. I kind of don't want to know about any more things that happened in the house, but I just want to know that if there's any more information that you might have or need from me, like even the text message threads from Lori that we were talking about through the days before and after, like the days after where I'm like, whose red SUV is that? Whose gray truck is that? She's like, oh, the red SUV was Charles's rental car, and the truck is her brother's, and it's still out front, still sitting there. The neighbors were sending me pictures of it. Like, why is this truck still here? So, but I don't know if that's anything as useful information other than, just connecting with you and just saying, I'm selling the house. Someone else will be in there. I don't know that you would need any more information there, but
did you guys
certainly...
Because you clearly saw the piece of flooring that we cut out in the living room? Or did Lori already have it fixed?
The piece of flooring that you cut out?
Yeah, we cut out a piece of flooring in the living room. We actually
no idea.
Sawzall, and so Lori must have already had that fixed.
Oh, geez. No idea, sir. No idea where that was or when that... Because there was extra flooring in the garage.
Okay,
Ooh,
so she must have fixed that. And then we cut out a piece of the trim board also. That was on the east wall of the living room. We cut that out also. So she must.
You say the living room. There was a family room where the TV was by the kitchen.
The front door, the
yes.
big wood floor that was open. I think she had some mirrors on the wall. If you were when you walk in the front door to the right, and then when you walk in the front door straight ahead of you, you're looking at the windows that go out to the pool area and the backyard.
Yes.
So right there, kind of as you walked in the front door, on that far wall underneath the windows, we cut out a piece of trim board too. So I'm guessing she probably had fixed that also. So that isn't something that you even
okay, saw. There was a very grotesque repair there, almost like she put some wood there and then took caulking and just made it. And I was like, what the heck is that? I had no idea that happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was from Lori replacing things that you guys took out.
That we
okay.
took out, yeah. So she must have replaced. It was only it was like a single plank that we cut out, and it was probably, I'm going to guess, if my memory serves me correctly, 14 to 16 inches long. So she.
I was going to say 12, 15 inches. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So she probably replaced that plank. Obviously, the incident happened in the living room there. So,
wow.
You know, we were everybody's statements when we investigated this added up. You know, there was 3 people in the house, obviously, according to everybody in the house at the time of the shooting. So their statements all kind of match, but it just didn't sit right with us. So we've been investigating it ever since, and had a case open, and we were waiting for DNA and fingerprints on the bat that was inside the house and a bunch of other stuff. And then clearly everything kind of goes wacky as soon as all these other events start unfolding, and you know, the shooting in Gilbert, and then her new husband's wife dying in Idaho, and then the kids being missing, and so everything goes just wacky. Basically, after she leaves your house in August, did she move out right at the end of August?
Text message from her says that she's they're out August 31st. They're all done and they're gone. And you know, I had done some emails like, well, you know, good luck to you, and like, where are you going? I asked her because are you going to Texas? And then she never replied after that. So August 31st was the last day that she was here in our house.
Joe, what's your email address?
This is wild. I can't believe I've never heard this.
I'm sending you an email real quick.
Okay.
It has my desk number and stuff on it. And then if you could, from like the day of the incident on, do you know how to screenshot and email the screenshot?
Yay, baby Blondie, you got it.
I think so.
Okay.
Welcome, girl.
If not, let me know and we can have somebody do it. But if you know how to screenshot and email the screenshots, I'd be
real easy, man.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you got it, yo, baby Blondie.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man, click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
Did you guys hear a bird? Hold on.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, that dang old internet, man, click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.
Oh, it must be in the soundbite. I'm like, what is that? What is that? You're in the kids' pickup line? It does. This is going to be a huge witness, I think, by you.
interested for your text communication with Lori, basically on the day of the incident until you kind of cut off tell your last communication.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and that's just kind of more the historical and kind of what's going on in her world type thing that I'd be interested in.
Sure. Did you guys, the gun that was used, was that Lori's, Charles's, was it Alex's?
It was Alex's.
See, why the hell did he have a gun at the house? He wasn't even supposed to be at the house.
Good question.
We have a crime-free addendum lease, too. Like, I didn't know that someone with a record, like, that was completely out of...
The media has some of this screwed up. He was legally and lawfully able to carry a firearm. His rights were the exact same as yours and mine. So, and we've actually gone through, we did that, when this first happened, and confirmed that his rights, he had that assault case in Texas, but his rights have been restored and he was able to carry a firearm. So,
imagine
that.
that.
All of the history, like whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just...
Is there any questions that you want me to answer for you if I can?
I think my wife, she was just kind of curious about if we were going to have the house blessed or do something with a priest at the house to kind of like just get the demons out of the house. She was like, where do we go? What do we do? And if I told her it's the front room, that makes sense that the board and when you say the flooring was removed right by that area, because I remember seeing the baseboard.
Yep. Yeah, well, the flooring was removed. So when you walk in the door, and you were to make a right down the first hallway that walks into the side of the kitchen, it was
Yes.
kind of right in that area is where the flooring would have been removed at, and then obviously the trim piece was across that room.
Okay. Now, is that where the body and there was blood there? Is that why it was removed, or was there damage?
Where the flooring was removed, and if you pay close attention, you might be able to see where it was. But it was kind of, when you go in the front door and you make a right along that wall, it was right down right there.
Okay.
Yikes.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, I've been, during my Christmas break, I was like reading, trying to find information because it was really heavy, lots of information and updates every day. You just get, like, as an outside person, you guys do this for a daily and a living. And for me, it was like, gosh, I just want to find out anything I can. But then I'm like, you just get so infatuated. Your life gets consumed by this. And I'm like, no, I'm done with it. I want to communicate to authorities, anything that they might need to know. And then I think this stuff is going to come to a head pretty soon. There's so much activity going on right now. There's so much, but I think just the fact that I knew that the Vallow family knew and they had more information about what happened in that house, and they were complete. They had a celebration of life for Charles, which I didn't know about. I didn't know that there was something in Louisiana for Charles. And, I've been communicating with some of the family members because they appreciated the fact that I was defending Charles's person when those first reports about, this guy comes to a gunfight with a bat beating up his wife and her brother. And I'm like, no, that's not how it happened. That's not Charles. No one would ever support the fact that he's a violent person. So that bothered me for a long time. And what I could do, I was closer to Charles than I was to Lori. I liked Lori. I thought she was a great mom, like a lot of people are saying. She was a great mom for a long time, and they did. I have 8 kids, and 5 of them are adopted. And Charles and I were always having those conversations about adopting kids, because he did. JJ was adopted. Yep. So we would always have those conversations about how it's going, like what's the challenges, what are you doing? But and Lori was right in line with those as well. When we went to California, what
happened to her, man?
She was just very hospitable, So I can't say that it's a long history. It's just been a couple of years, like everyone else said. She's gone off the wagon. So but
kind of, as far as the religious views and stuff, it's just kind of way out there. I mean, without a doubt.
Yeah. Well, let me see how I can figure out if I can send the thread of the text messages of Lori and just, get anything to you so that you have that for your record. But, and then, I don't know, the neighbors that are at the house, man, they had their eyes and ears peeled of events that were happening.
I would too.
Some of those comments are directly from them. That Joe, why was there a pool party at the house? I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah. So
neighbors were
I
freaking
sent you an
out.
email, and it has my name, my desk phone number, and then and my email address. So now you have my direct contact information in case you happen to have any questions, or if anything comes out, you can just call me directly.
Got it. I did. I received your email here. Okay. Right. And as a homeowner, are we able to receive any other additional information on the report of the house, or is that all closed until this is all figured out and done? And
so I'll share with you. It is my opinion, and obviously with Alex's death, it's going to be harder to prove. But it's my opinion that they set Charles up for some sort of encounter. So I don't think it was. I don't think, and I haven't thought that it was exactly as they say since this started. But it's a matter of us trying to prove it, and that's what we've been working on.
Understood.
So we are keeping this open, and if and when more information gets developed. I mean, I've been actively working this case with the FBI, with Gilbert PD, with the Pocatello FBI out of Idaho, the Idaho. The 2 different agencies in Idaho. There's the sheriff's department, and then there's Rexburg, Idaho. So, I mean, on a daily basis, we're doing stuff with this case. So I'm keeping it open for now, in case I'm able to come up with criminal charges on Lori. So, but once that's closed, then you can request a copy of the report and get that. 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 The report and get that.
What the hell? What just happened? Why is it doing that?
The report and get that. The report and get that. The report and get that.
Is that just how it ends? What the? The record skipping. Oh, man. Lindsay, the fact that he and his wife were interested in getting the house blessed to remove demons, scary. That's the end. It makes your tinfoil hat makes you crave Hershey's. All right. So we will be back in roughly 12 minutes. So I'm going to go to our recess screen and I will see you guys back here in about 5 minutes. I got to take care of a couple things. So see you back here in about 5. This is what you're going to see while we're trial watching when we're on breaks. All right, I am back, y'all. Did you guys survive the 5 minutes I was away? Of course you did. So it looks like we got about 5 minutes roughly, and Lori will be giving us her opening statements. Hold on. Someone's at my door. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Amazon, of course. But welcome back, welcome back. Look at, now they're saying 5. Look at, they just tacked on a half an hour. How did they do that? I'm a puffin. You had to go flirt with me, Tim. You're fine. They just tacked on a half an hour, y'all. What in the pure hell? Why'd they do that? What is going? I hope this is not going to be par for the course here. You know what I mean? I'm not liking these delays already. I like it when the judges keep shit moving. I wonder what the extra 30 minutes is. Ugh. I just hope it's not like a juror problem. Yeah. Ugh. Well, we've got another 30 minutes. She will, Jubes, because we are on Arizona time. So that means we are three hours. If you're on the East Coast, you're 3 hours ahead. So it's only 1:30 there. So every day they're going to be going from 10:30 their time to 4:30 their time, which equivalates to 1:30 Eastern to, I think, 7:30 Eastern, with a 90-minute break in the middle. Right. If you look at the screen, though, on Court TV, it says 5 now. And it's 4:30 Eastern right now. 99 pink balloons. So you guys have more time to get your poll in. The question is, what will Lori's demeanor be as she gives her opening statements? Will she be scattered and nervous? Will she be flirty? Will she be businesslike? Or will she be meek and mild Lori? Yeah, it was an interesting call. Well, let's look at X and see if we can find out what the delay is. How come I don't see any, like, live updates? Let me see. Let's go to Nate Eaton. Oh, 5 minutes ago. Back in the courtroom, jurors are being brought in. Okay, so they started 5 minutes ago, guys. Oh, I don't want spoiler alerts. But they started 5 minutes ago, so we have 25 minutes. It will start right at 5. And I will see you guys back here in about 15. I'm going to get up, move around for a little bit. We're going to go to our recess screen. Thank you guys for being here, and I'll see you in about 15 minutes. I'm back. What is happening? Is Potato here? Hey, Snazzy. We got about 9 minutes and counting. Oh, this has been like the biggest. Like, it's better not be a letdown, I guess is what I'm saying. Oh, Tato, I wanted to ask a question. Do you guys call like ground beef, like how we call it ground beef? Do you call it minced beef? Like, is minced a word you use? Hey, Ryan, how are you doing? Do you guys call it minced instead of ground? You do? Okay. Minced meat. Okay. All right, because I got a shepherd's pie from Aldi, and I think it's like, you know how Aldi's like European, whatever. Well, I was just putting it in the oven, and I'm like, what's mince meat? Because here, like, mince fish is like, ugh. Imagine like a hot dog. Hazel, we have 7 minutes. Hamburger meat. But is mince meat different than anything else? Because, like, here, mince has a lot of shit in it. Oh, I know. This is so long. You're having pizza, Cole? I'm having shepherd's pie from Aldi's frozen section. It's actually very good. It says minced beef. Lindsay. Minced meat is ground beef. Okay, it's minced beef is what it says. Thanks for letting me know. Okay. So if you have a taco, you put minced beef in it? Am I understanding that correctly? Or like... What's up, Captain Kurt? Good to see you. So mince basically is ground. Gotcha. That's what I just wanted to know. I wanted to make sure I wasn't eating lips and assholes. If I'm being honest. Ears, lips, and assholes is what I think of when I think of minced. Oh, are you going to try to go, Ryan? I love sourdough bread with some soup. Angie. Oh, nice, Huffy. You got your Cooterville tank and sticker. Thank you for your support. I'm glad you love it. Oh, Lord, Nash. That's scary. Stay away from variety meats at fancy restaurants. Variety? That's definitely lips and assholes. I just was making sure it was beef. You know what I'm saying? I don't mince words. No, I don't. I do not. Come on, Lori. Does Cooterville have koozies? We don't. They're not offered in my store for some reason. I always get all beef hot dogs. Like Nathan's or like the kosher. What are those called? The kosher. No, they don't even offer koozies. Potato said, if you want to eat lips and asshole, have hot dogs. The kosher. Oh, man. Hebrews National. There you go. Yup. Some cheap nuggets. Oh, no. I can't do that. The tendons and... I like brats, and I like Italian sausage, too. We do have Oscar Mayer. I like a hot dog like at a game or something. Brats on the grill, that's good. Who likes pierogies? You guys are making me really hungry, and I have to bake this thing for an hour. You are back in time. Just in time. We've got 3 minutes. I don't think it's black market, Nash. It's probably seasonal, right? Like hunting season. Lasagna sounds good. I love tater salad. I love cheesy potatoes made with like the frozen hash browns. Love pierogies. I don't have In-N-Out in Florida. Never had it. Party potatoes. Is that what you guys call them? Do you put cornflakes or the potato things? Here comes the judge. He seems like such a fair judge. Oof, here we go, guys. Hey, Kels. Ooh, don't ever buy Bar S. Don't. Bar S are like 75 cents a package. Total lips, assholes, and hooves. It's never too late, Lindsay.
The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, I'm going to stay on
Let's bring in the
camera
jury.
and react to this bitch. Everybody buckle in. Smoke them if you got them. We've allowed smoking in the courtroom today for nerve purposes. You're going flying already back? Holy cow, Kels. Safe travels. Do you have Wi-Fi on the plane? Of course, there's always one in the crowd that has COVID, and then everybody else is probably going to get it. I'm nervous for the jury because I have no idea what route she's going to take this, but get your votes in. Scattered and nervous, flirty, businesslike, or meek and mild. Hey, unsocial. Everybody, if you're just joining. If you're just joining, welcome in. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lori Vallow Daybell. And there's no time limit either, FYI. What is going on? Lori.
All right, the jury is now present. Please be seated.
Terry, you did.
All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security office.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, two in February of 2019, one of March in 2019, which was captured on video, one in May of 2019, one in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lauren's Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lauren's Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting two houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our two minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our three older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019.
The hell is that noise?
The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after this struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen.
Evidence will not show that,
The evidence
lady.
will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The dramatics.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inklin asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inklin. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler Police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
Objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection, again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy.
Wow. That's it?
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
Wow. Okay, Lori. I don't think they'll break. Like I said, they're going to take a 90-minute break every day, and that's it. The judge has a schedule. 10:30 to 4:30. What's this, Pacific time? Mountain time? Whatever it is. So 6 hours with an hour and a half break. Can that be right? I guess we'll find out tonight. I hope you guys stick around with me until the end tonight. Pacific right now. Okay. Thank you, Gyps. Oh, no court on Fridays. That'll be nice. I like that schedule. Oh, you can see her. You should see it. The big one, Summer, won't go past the smaller one, Bella, and she's laying in the only pathway to get out of the room. So Summer's standing there. She's like, come on, move.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
You're very cool, Pumpkin.
W-I-E-R-Z-V-I-C-K-I.
And your first name?
I-R-W-I.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're gonna have a seat up here.
I'm going to end the poll.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sgt Erwin Weirzhiki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I was,
What did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department, back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
You're saying it was 1960, so I pulled a printer to see if I could get.
What other officers
What was
arrived on
that?
scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
What was that?
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you and Officer Krautheim handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands as what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
So you're able to tell that tell dispatch to tell the person to come out?
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay.
Is Lori going to ever object?
Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Hey, we're going to need a Lori objection
When he exited the
soundbite.
house, what did you guys have him do?
We gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes.
and you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
Yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
Put it back.
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning and talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
My Alexa just went off. That is so weird. He does look like Charles Vallow, though.
It's also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you've found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes.
Because they're documenting it.
Yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I had already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I can have a paralegal bring those up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Here we go.
It's Sergeant Weirzhiki, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I used those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
You're what the French call
I don't
les
recall saying
incompetents.
that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No.
No. Why not?
Because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a .45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes,
So around 8:51 perhaps?
possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes,
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because
Relevance.
I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were, after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella?
Okay.
No, so.
And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay. One time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions, or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. In your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM?
but It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. That's all I have. I gotta go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree, Chevy.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide me with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 PM.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes,
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to the sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the
I
provided
love
form.
when the judges do that.
I'm not seeing any questions come down.
I love when
You
the
can step
judges
down,
do
sir.
that. That is so awesome. Next
All right,
witness.
state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
I don't know his name, or I would try to look it up. Jeez, oh Pete's y'all gonna be. It's probably gonna be another cop. Let's see who we've got next. I agree, J-Lo. I love it when they do that. I've only seen a couple judges that do that. Welcome back, Shell. Who's that? Nice pinstripes. How many people does she have on her team? Oh, that must be her investigator next to her. Her investigator. And then the lawyer, that's her assist. It's only in Arizona? I've seen it done before, though. I don't know if it was an Arizona case. We are currently muted. The court is muted.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Whoa.
Were you working
Jeez,
patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Weirzhiki?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Weirzhiki do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did,
What exit did he come out of?
at the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
What? Oh my God.
If we can fix that.
What is that? Who? They muted us. What the Look at his face. Oh my God. Whoa. Oh my gosh.
Alex Cox patting or
Whoa.
rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
I can't stop laughing either. I'm going to mute.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment, and you thought, oh, he better get treatment, he's so bad off?
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they can respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there was no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody, so yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air?
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no?
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Weirzhiki went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
The fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Weirzhiki, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And you got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention?
I did.
And he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes.
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
Correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
Why'd they mute us for that, I wonder?
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact-finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact-finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. You guys know that.
You could turn up the volume.
Let me just get your. Do you have a driver's license with you? I can just grab it. Thank you. L-O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for? Noreen. Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755?
5452.
You know, not in Santan, this is your home?
Right,
Gotcha,
right.
okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
I'm sorry?
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors took us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", 120?
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend the Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
She said the
So
Wiz.
when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are
Did
not
Alex ask for
actors.
medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that? Correct? Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct, he did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there, next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustained.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency. Police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express?
Hold on. When
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Hearsay.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day, or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin, in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD, so I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to, so it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then, when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house, or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay, prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was
correct?
a neighbor, but it was just some guy, yeah. I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Don't save her, Judge. Don't save her, Judge. Hey, you said it, Heather.
15? Juror 15? Is that
Juror
your
15.
phone on the...
Juror 15, is that your phone? They have their phones? Oh, man, she was struggling big time. Why is he saving her? Why is he saving her? He's in there going, he shuts the door. Ah! Hey, Tabby. I'm glad you're here. Well, the neighbors were all freaked out because they were having that party next door, and they were like, "What?" Let's do some recaps real quick, and then I'm gonna go eat on this break. My shepherd's pie is done. Let's show the couple shorts that I threw together. This was weird. We had two like paranormal moments. Here we go. Here's the first one.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
I understand he was 60, so I pulled a picture to get.
Like, whose mic was that, anyways?
Sorry about that.
What other officers
What was
arrived on
that?
scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim.
Listen again.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
I understand he was 60, so I pulled a picture to get.
Like, what was that? Whoa.
Sorry about that.
What other officers
What was
arrived on
that?
scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim.
Were there other
Okay,
officers on
that's the
scene?
first moment, and then now this is the second moment. Look at these two men's faces. All right, here's the second witness.
Towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an
What
inch
the-
laceration, a small
What the-
like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
What? Oh my God.
I don't know if we can fix that.
What is that? Everybody's on
They
high
muted us.
alert. What the? Look at his face. Oh my God. Whoa. Oh my gosh.
Alex Cox patting or
Whoa.
rubbing the
I
back
think
of his
it's
head.
funny. Everybody's on high alert because of the weirdness of this case, right? Both men were like, what is going on here? I mean, look at their faces in these thumbnail things. It's freaking hilarious. Samael. Dazed and confused. Good to see you. I'm telling you, these people are weird, man. It's probably it sounds like a printer like vibrating on the mic, like the table and the mic. I don't know. But right before the second one happened, they said Alex Cox. And we're only on day 1. Yep. And we're only on our second witness. So we've had an incident with each witness so far. Hi, Pam. Good to see you guys. Everybody just joining. So just to let you know, we're going to be watching this trial all the way through to the end. We will be live every day, 1:30 Eastern, to start the trial, and then we'll be live all day until 7:30 or 8 o'clock Eastern, whenever it ends. So every day at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until this is over. You know where to find me. The haunted trial. Kendo, good to see you. Let me just show these again. Kendo, look at the first 2 witnesses of the day. I put this one, hot mic or portal. Listen.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 7:60, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
Sorry about that.
What other officers?
Okay, so that was the first experience with the first witness, and these are both police officers. And then here's the second witness.
Towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
What? Oh my God. His face was priceless.
If we can fix that.
What is it? He reminds me of the lawyer cat. Do you guys remember the lawyer cat? Oh my God. So this one says printer or portal. Okay. That's that. So we've got hot mic or portal, printer or portal. Watch his face. They muted us. What the? His face. Look at his face. It's definitely a portal. And Lori's like, oh, it's Alex and Chad. Oh my God. Whoa. Oh my gosh. And then he just kind of gets back into it. So those are our 2 experiences today. It hasn't been a dull moment. Oh, man. The march, it did sound like a tuba a little bit. Oh, the storm. Speedy Gonzalez. Blech. Oh, my gosh. I wish we could have seen her face during those. Like, their faces were priceless, but I wish we had her face, too. I wonder what she was doing. So we're still on cross-examination of the second witness, and that is another officer who was on the scene when Charles was shot dead in their rental. And if you missed her opening statements, don't fret. I'm actually uploading it as we speak in its own separate video, so you won't miss a thing. Chicken wangs. Lori had a marching band. Jilly, I can't. Do we know how many total witnesses? Yeah, we actually do. What a great question, Ostrich. And thanks to Mr. Nate Eaton, we have screenshots of all the state witnesses. Let's take a look while we have a second here. All right, so this would be... Oh, that's the defense. Let's get the state witnesses up here. Okay. Boy, I've missed Trial Watch. I really have. So for the state witnesses, we have the Chandler police. We have, let's see, we've already, okay, so we've had Erwin Weirzhiki, and we are on Robert Krautheim. But this is a list of all of the police, and then the Chandler Fire, the Department of Public Safety, the OME, Department of the Inspector General, Banner Life Insurance, and then we have civilians. Christina Atwood, Adam Cox, Nancy Jo Hancock, and I can't read the last one. I can't read that one. But there's your state's witnesses. I'll see you, Angie B. Thanks for being here. And then the defense witnesses are right here. You're welcome, Ostrich. Thanks for asking. I forgot that I screenshotted it. So the defense witnesses are Lori Vallow Daybell, any and all individuals who have spoken with any of the witnesses, custodian of records for any and all exhibits, Visaya Atayahu, Gabriel Bonilla, Joseph Pongratz, which is the landlord. She's calling the landlord. Ashlyn Rind, Barry Cox, her dad, Zachary Cox, her nephew, Adam Cox, her brother, Janice Cox, her mother, Summer Shiflett, her sister, and Brandon Boudreau, who has now been struck as a witness. He will no longer be a witness. Gabrielle B. was their Mormon ward. Really? Interesting. So there you go. There you have it. She didn't yet, but she looks like she's going to. Yeah. Turning leaves. What's up? She did opening statements, Pam J, and I'm uploading that in a standalone video. So if you want to catch up later, you can. It is still, it's almost done uploading. I'm going to get my dinner. I'm going to eat while we watch the rest of the cross-examination. So when we come back, there's that printer, y'all. See the printer? When we come back, it's going to be Lori still cross-examining the officer. Oh, the guy that Charles... Oh, I remember that, Jessica. Oh, I'm a puffin. That was so funny. So funny. I think we are muted, yeah. Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. You could watch the trial a lot of places, but you're here, and I really appreciate that. There he is. He's like, are we done yet? Are we done yet? All right, guys. I'm going to go grab my dinner. I'll be listening with y'all. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I ain't leaving you. However, I will be muted. It was a nosy cameraman. Look, he went back. But yeah, I'm going to go grab my din-din, and I will be in the chat.
just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
That
sergeant.
Detective Inklin, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
Ten minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, maybe?
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body-worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffett took over.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But you saw Detective Moffett there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inkland there?
I don't remember Inkland. I just remember Moffett relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
Yes.
Had you just shot someone?
No.
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
As far as I know, no.
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
No.
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
Correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes.
Still nonchalant and calm?
Yes.
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
The latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct.
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point?
Correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes.
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
Yes.
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
Yes.
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
No.
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
Yes.
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
Yes.
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
Yes.
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
Yes.
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Weirzhiki, who got here around, or got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time. Go ahead, the state has a follow-up question.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness. The podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Can you spell your name for the record?
Scott, S-C-O-T-T,
Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth will help you God. Yes. Thank you.
All right, you're going to come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sgt Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school and graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry-level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that. The heart isn't beating, and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
After a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
Uh-oh. What happened to Court TV's feed? Did everybody lose feed? Or is there a pool camera? Let's check it out. Looks like it's fine here.
What happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that.
Court
and give them
TV.
instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any...
I don't trust this channel, though. I don't trust that fucking channel.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
That face.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names?
if you recall?
Okay. Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're going to do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with, the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was going to be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers I feel like were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in. Also, the way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first because I'm going to be on the other side. The two firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access, and that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's four of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there, so we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'm going to show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
Okay. When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving, there were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to a minute to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that is standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those looked like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resumed CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark, so it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of medical calls. And we felt that he fell into that category of not being viable and that we could call him on scene.
Now, you talked about you were not staged very far away, correct?
Correct.
Were you staged very long before you pulled up?
I felt like we might have been there for at least a couple of minutes.
When the patient was rolled, did anyone notice anything about, or did you notice anything about his skin that made you also question perhaps how long it had been since he had been shot?
Yes, it was pointed out because I didn't have a good view of that backside, the skin color, some modeling. There's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from there's changes in the skin color that are starting to occur from, blood hasn't been circulating.
Y'all, what is going on with this trial? This one's buffering. Let's see this one.
Circulating hasn't been circulating as effectively.
There we go.
Compared to when the heart is beating.
Back to court
You've
TV.
got 2 injuries to the thoracic,
wild
torso of the body, so to speak, the chest and abdomen. Those are going to hit internal organs and cause internal bleeding. And so that blood is starting to kind of what we would call dependent lividity, and it's just gravity. It's just kind of starting to go towards the backside, and the color changes are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant and not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes,
that were observed.
yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again?
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended
Sure.
any life-saving means?
Did y'all see his little
So it
glasses
looks
he
like
got
our
out?
dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking.
Yeah, he snapped out his little readers. Yeah, this is the prosecutor.
I see our first
Lori.
monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. So we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can, our equipment, Sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him.
yeah, we can disconnect those exactly and bring the cables with us.
When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR, so you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that, you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term. In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get him to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
Here we go, guys. I told you she wrapping it up.
It's 4:30. I didn't know if you wanted
How long do you
Oh,
anticipate
she-
your cross-examination?
It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then.
Oh, Lori, you wuss.
We'll need you back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30?
Yes. All right, we'll release the
Lori.
jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
It's going to be a while. What a twat. Your Honor, it's going to be a while. See, we can't even see her leave. They don't let us see anything. Oh, now we got to wait till tomorrow. What a little hooker. All right, guys, let's wrap it up. Thank you for watching with me today. Let's wait first.
All right, you can be seated.
Wait, we're not done. We're not done.
Is there anything we need to discuss
Hold on.
before recessing for the
We're not
evening
done.
from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
She's got to have at least one.
Is there anything we need to discuss before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
All right, we'll see you
she's
tomorrow
good.
at 10:30.
Oh, she's good. She said she was good. So 45% of you, let's keep track of this. 45% of you say she's failing miserably. 21% of you say she's doing poorly. 32% say she's doing okay. 3% of you are so proud. You can't believe how well she's doing. So congratulations. Let's keep track of how we, average out as we go through the trial. Cindy Bobbitt, good to see you. I'm glad you guys joined me today. I hope I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to end it right out after a short credit and just a short little outro if you'll hear it through. Then you'll be portaled, Chad Daybell style, over to tomorrow's stream. Then all you got to do is hit that notification. I will see you here at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you for your support. Hit that like button. Bye, guys. Let us know, Ryan. Bye, guys. Be safe. Love ya. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click, 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 click. It's real easy, man.